Always make me nervous.
I'd never been married. Yeah, the oldest one was already married.
These chairs are hard. Scoot up.
We're sad. We just gotta get each other.
What's the hardest? Well, we'll talk about it later.
It's not really hard. It's just what's, I think it's just. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, I know your dad.
Is joined.
Asking for a justification. He asked for an extension of time. I said, please, if I'm gonna ask for an extension,
Because they're gonna say, why didn't we do it?
Can you text Leo and ask him? He said he's on his way.
objection you need to pull in any item out.
Yeah, and Caroline and Pedro are on their way. They're just not here.
Right, right.
But is it to pull it to amend it, or
Just for him, because she wants to pull it so she can discuss it.
you want to discuss it, or because something's wrong? Oh, okay.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yeah, you can still pull it. Yeah.
Well, and the fact that that
Because otherwise you would vote no for all of them. Yeah. Because you would vote no for all of them.
but I mean, the main one,
Consent is no.
no. So they're either gonna have to come up the
So by
stairs
pulling
or
the two,
wait
you can
till
vote
the
for
little
consent. You can do both.
so here lets me in.
Yeah, porque de todos no estás de acuerdo con algunos. Entonces you're gonna pull those, and then you're gonna, okay, so you can vote and object to those. Okay.
For the ones you want to and vote against the ones you don't want to. Yeah, but if we're recovered, the end point is they're going to end up
Yeah, I'll be here next month. Yeah, I don't know who turned it on, because I didn't.
I catch up with these people like that. But I knew when he went, I knew when he went. They need at least 1 minute. So that's such a, and if I could get my performance evaluated based on that election, there's so many variables for that. I don't know if maybe the other, a lot of people. Oh, yeah, it's good to meet you. Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
You ready, Commissioner? We have two. Yes, sir, we have two that came in person.
Very good.
So. It is now 5:12 PM. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice was given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, would convene a regular meeting on June 7th, 2022 at 5 PM in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Texas. Pursuant to Section 551.127 Texas Government Code, one or more commissioners or employees may attend this meeting remotely using video conferencing technology. The video and audio feed of the video conferencing equipment can be viewed and heard by the public at the address posted above as the location of the meeting. Members of the public, employees, and the City Commission may join via the WebEx teleconference meeting link provided at the City of Brownsville Agenda Center. The notice and meeting agenda are posted online at the City of Brownsville Agenda Center. The members of the public wishing to participate in the meeting hosted through WebEx can also join at the phone numbers provided on the agenda. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. At any time during the course of this posted meeting, the Brownsville City Commission may retire into executive session under Texas Government Code 551.071 to confer with legal counsel on any subject matter on this agenda in which the duty of the attorney to the City Commission under Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. Further, at any time during this meeting, the City Commission may retire to deliberate on any subject slated for discussion at this meeting as permitted under one or more exceptions to the Texas Open Meetings Act set forth in Title 5, Subtitle A, Chapter 551, Subchapter D of the Texas Government Code. And I'll do a roll call. We have Commissioner Cowan present in person, Commissioner Gowan present in person, Commissioner Golonsky present in person, Commissioner De Los Santos, who will fill in as Mayor Pro Tem in person. Is the mayor on remote, virtually? I can't tell.
I don't believe he's on yet. He indicated
Okay.
he'd be a few minutes before he'd be
Okay,
on.
and I know Commissioner Tetro and Cardenas said they were on their way. So we do have a quorum. And so Commissioner De Los Santos, it's 5:15 PM and you may call the meeting to order.
Thank you. This meeting is now called to order. If everyone will please rise for the invocation.
And please remain standing after the prayer for the pledge. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you once again for the many blessings we have here in the city of Brownsville. When we watch the news about what's happening around the world, help us to be grateful with what we're blessed with. And Lord God, we thank you for all of the things that you've done for us, the things we understand and the things that we do not understand. And help us to realize that it's because of your love that you gave us your law. You know what's good for us and what will destroy us. And help us to embrace your word. Lord God, we ask you to give all of our leaders from Washington, D.C. to Austin to right here in Brownsville, give each one of them divine wisdom and direction and your guidance. We especially ask you to anoint our Mayor Pro Tem and each commissioner for this meeting here tonight, that they'll do what's best for the city of Brownsville. We ask all of these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And now we have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen. States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Our next item is proclamations, and we would like to ask that anyone who's present for a proclamation that is being recognized, that they would step to the podium while their proclamation is being read. Our first proclamation is a proclamation honoring Cynthia Cantu, Cat in the Hat, for 38 years of service to Brownsville Independent School District, sponsored by Commissioner Jessica Tetro Khalifa and Commissioner John Cowan.
Sure, this is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and honoring Brownsville ISD employee Cynthia Cat in the Hat Cantu. Whereas volunteering community service is an integral part of the operation and happy spirit of the City of Brownsville, and whereas we honor those who generously give their time and talents to improve their communities, and whereas Cynthia Cantu is a lifelong resident of the City of Brownsville, and whereas during her lifetime in Brownsville, Cynthia has served as an educator with 38 years of dedicated service to the Brownsville Independent School District. And whereas the City of Brownsville recognizes Cynthia Cantu for her many years of dedicated service within the Brownsville Independent School District and the City of Brownsville, Texas. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby recognize and honor Brownsville ISD employee Cynthia Cat in the Hat Cantu, and encourage the residents of Brownsville to celebrate and honor her outstanding service and contributions to the students and the citizens of Brownsville. Done on this, the 7th day of June 2022, signed the City Commission of the City of Brownsville.
Thank you. I would like to thank God for my 38 years of a career of educating the children of Brownsville Independent School District. It has been an honor and a blessing. Thank you to the City of Brownsville, to Jessica Khalifa Tetro, and to Mr. John Cowan Jr. for supporting the proclamation. I am humbled. Thank you to my family, Cassandra Trevino, and my son, Emmanuel. And my son, Emmanuel Ramirez, and all of my friends who supported me as I walked and participated in the many Dr. Seuss birthday celebrations. Thank you to the United Way, Mrs. Benavides, for always inviting me to be the master of ceremony during the Dr. Seuss yearly birthday bash. Hopefully we can get started with those again soon. I still remember on one United Way celebration, a young child was in awe of this realistic looking cat. And I said, "Hello, Andy." And his eyes lit up and he said, "The cat in the hat knows my name." He said, "It must be magical." I remembered smiling and rubbing his head as he ran to his mother saying, "The cat knows my name." I looked at his mom and we both winked at the same time because Adam didn't realize that his name was on his little headband that he was wearing. And since then, that magical and special day inspired me to continue the tradition of dressing up as the cat in the hat and watching this magic continue year after year. I also want to thank my heavenly parents who encouraged me to be an educator, and I always will love my city of Brownsville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu.
Our next proclamation is proclamation designating the month of June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in the City of Brownsville, sponsored by Mayor Trey Mendez and Commissioner Nurith Galansky-Pisania.
I don't know if anyone is here to receive it. See? Okay, great. So, this is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating the month of June 2021 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Whereas older adults and people with disabilities of diverse backgrounds contribute to the well-being of the city by working, caregiving, volunteering, and actively preserving customs, rituals, and traditions. And whereas as we age, we build momentum by accumulating knowledge, experience, insight, and wisdom that can be shared to enrich our community. And whereas abuse of older adults and people with disabilities is a community concern affecting thousands of people across Texas. And whereas abuse affected more than 118,208 older adults and people with disabilities in Texas in 2021. And whereas abuse against older adults and people with disabilities is grossly underreported because of social stigma, embarrassment, and fear. And whereas adult abuse affects men and women of all income and ability levels, all cultural and ethnic backgrounds in all communities. And whereas elder abuse is everyone's business, it's important to strengthen our efforts to prevent, report, and address elder abuse. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby designate the month of June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and further call upon the residents of Brownsville to work together to help reduce abuse and neglect of older adults and people with disabilities. Done on this, the 7th day of June, 2022. Thank you. And if y'all would like to share some words.
We'd like to thank you, Commissioners, for this proclamation, and like to take this opportunity to remind everybody in the community what we do. We investigate reports, any reports of abuse, neglect, or financial exploitation of our elderly and disabled. So we would like to encourage everybody to keep our elderly and disabled in mind. If we don't need to have proof in order to make a report. So if there is suspect of any abuse, neglect, or exploitation of our elderly or disabled, please call us. We want to make sure that they're advocated for and that we do whatever we can to help. So you can look us up online. We have a 1-800 number. You can also make a report online. Reporter information is always confidential, so please don't be discouraged. And always, any information we receive, we do keep confidential. So please keep us in mind, keep the elderly in mind, because we need to advocate for them as much as possible. And thank you very much.
Thank you all for all you do.
Our next proclamation is proclamation designating June 2022 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the city of Brownsville, sponsored by Commissioner Jessica Tetro Khalifa and Commissioner Roy De Los Santos.
A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating June 2022 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month. Whereas across the nation, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, LGBTQ Pride Month, is celebrated in June, a symbolic month in which LGBTQ community members and supporters come together for various celebrations of Pride, including parades, workshops, concerts, and events, to promote understanding, acceptance, and equality for its community. And whereas LGBTQ Pride Month recognizes the impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer individuals have had in our history, locally, nationally, and internationally. And whereas the city of Brownsville has a diverse and thriving LGBTQ community that actively contributes to the overall quality of life and culture in Brownsville. And whereas LGBTQ individuals deserve to know their community stands beside them and to live without fear of discrimination, harassment, and persecution, regardless of their gender identity, sexual orientation, or gender expression. And whereas the city of Brownsville is strengthened by inclusion, justice, and love for all, and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all its residents. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby designate June 2022 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, and further call upon the residents of Brownsville to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists and to celebrate the great diversity of its city. Done on this 7th day of June 2022, the Mayor and City Commissioners.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp and Commissioners and the City of Brownsville. My name is Brian Martinez. I serve as the chairman for the LGBTQ Task Force. Along with me is Cesar Villarreal, board member, and Elias Cantu as well. It's an honor to be here today. This is, I believe, the third proclamation that we have received for all of our work that we continue to do in the beautiful city of Brownsville. This year was a very exceptional year. It has involved a lot of work. We have over 18 Pride events happening in the city of Brownsville, and I am very proud to live in a city that leads efforts in LGBTQ movements and that we promote diversity, we promote inclusivity in our beautiful city. We truly are one of the safest cities, not just in Texas, but in the nation, that welcomes all and accepts everybody to be living free and express themselves how everybody wants to be. I see all of our work validated in our community when we see the downtown community, for example, opening up their doors to the LGBTQ community. One of the perfect examples that I can give you is all of the downtown bars turning their logos into rainbow colors. That made me so happy to see that we were accepted, that we were welcomed. And hi, Norma. This is another board member, Norma Rodriguez.
Hello, commissioners.
Welcome.
We truly are happy to see all the support that the city has given us, and we're very grateful to be where we are today. We look forward in continuing to work with the city to promote diversity and inclusivity in our beautiful city, and most importantly, work towards making Brownsville the leading city in South Texas with these efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Absolutely, come on up. Right in front, guys. Make sure you get everyone in the back. There we go. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, glad you made it.
Our next proclamation is proclamation designating Saturday, June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in the city of Brownsville. This proclamation is sponsored by Commissioner Roy De Los Santos and Mayor Trey Mendez, and I would also like to point out that the mayor will be presenting this at their event on June 16th at the Event Center as well.
A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating Saturday, June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth. Whereas on January 1, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation henceforward and forever freed slaves in the U.S., but this edict did not take effect in the unoccupied territories of the Confederate States of America, including Texas. And whereas at the end of hostilities in 1865, U.S. General Gordon Granger on June 19, 1865, landed at Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, which effectively freed all persons remaining in bondage in Texas. And whereas since that day, June 19th or Juneteenth has been celebrated by Texans of all colors as a landmark occasion of freedom from slavery, and now that celebration has spread to all parts of the United States. And whereas in 1972, the Texas legislature in its 62nd session passed House Resolution Number 23, which officially made Juneteenth a state holiday for all Texans. And whereas on June 17, 2021, U.S. President Joe Biden signed into law a bill establishing Juneteenth as a federal holiday, observed each year on June 19th, known as the country's second Independence Day. Hence, Juneteenth celebrates a day when a Union Army general arrived in Galveston, Texas, and informed enslaved African Americans that the Civil War had ended and they were free. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested in the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby designate Saturday, June 19th, 2022, as Juneteenth in the city of Brownsville, and further call upon the residents of Brownsville to recognize and celebrate this holiday, celebrating freedom from slavery across the nation and state. Done this 7th day of June, 2022.
would like to say thank you to the commission, to Mayor Pro Tem Roy De Los Santos for your efforts to bring this to fruition, and also to our state representative, Aaron Gomez. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've been in Brownsville for 32 years, so I'm not considered black anymore. What I've done is I've immersed myself into this community, and I think that the African-American community in Cameron County has grown a lot, and I think it's a very affluent community as well. And I just want to continue to lift up my city. This is my city just as much as it is anyone else here. And I appreciate the opportunity to stand here and receive this award or this proclamation in the year that we are now a federal holiday. African American history is American history. And again, I'd like to say thank you. And if I can have the opportunity to come up and take a picture as well.
Absolutely.
We'd also like to leave this flyer for the celebration that we're going to have on June 16th, which is next Thursday at 6 p.m. If you all could put it up somewhere for any individual that is willing to come and participate, everyone is welcome.
And if you would send that to us digitally as well, and we can disseminate that to our staff.
I believe I did.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And Lori, while they're coming up, before the mayor reads this, I just realized Juneteenth is on Sunday this year. Sunday, June 19th. The proclamation reads Saturday.
Okay.
Come on up. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely, please. It's our pleasure. Thank you for your years of service. Emotion's good. That tells us you really care about all the work you've done these last 38 years. Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you.
Our next item is our public comment period. We've received two public comment forms. The first is from John Shergold.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to also congratulate the proclamations that we just witnessed and heard. I wanted to let you know I'm down here as the labor liaison for the local Democratic Party. Mr. Hakama, of course, is the county chair. He had sent a letter, I believe, to the commission and to the mayor earlier today through an email. This is really nostalgic for me. I had worked here as an assistant city attorney, a prosecutor for the city of Brownsville for around 4 years. I was your attorney from 1996 to about 1997 to about 2001. So this building has a lot of memories. The reason I'm here today is because of what's on page 17 of your policy that was adopted on 4 March 2022. The policy that you have is under the employee relations. This is your policy that was adopted by the city commission, and it states basically here, and I'm just going to read this part. It says, unions have made no contributions to our progress in the past, and they are not needed for the progress that we will make in the future. Also, the policy goes on and states that unions are considered outsiders. Now, that's in your policy, okay? So as the union liaison for the local Democratic Party, I'm here to ask that the commission revisit this policy that was put in place and then ask and investigate why it is that this language came into being. I want to basically just talk about the fact that labor unions, as we all know, brought the minimum wage, ended child welfare law, put together child welfare laws, also benefits for such things as medical benefits and things like Social Security. These are the things that unions, they're our neighbors, they're our friends, they work for us, they work with us. So it's incomprehensible that the city would have a policy that I just read verbatim what's out of it. And it's, as a representative of the local Democratic Party and Mr. Hakama as well, we're astonished that this is in the policy. Mr. Hakama wrote a letter, and I'm going to state on his behalf, he wrote, union members are family, friends, and neighbors. They are colleagues who we work with every day to achieve success. They are trusted members of the community upon whom we rely to keep us safe and comfortable. Of all these many things, there is one thing, by definition, they're not outsiders. So I'm asking that this item, that this commission, this honorable commission, place an item on the agenda for the next board meeting. You can't discuss, of course, what we're discussing now in public comment, but you do have the right to place this on an agenda item and ask some tough questions as to how this wound up in your policy, that you've declared war against unions, and it's not correct. The local Democratic Party is not going to stand and not be able to be heard on this issue, because the matter is that we believe in rights for all people, just like he gave these proclamations. And we believe that this commission doesn't or did not know about this policy, even though it's been adopted by the city commission. We want to know how this came about and why it's here. We want it removed. We want it, and Mr. Hakama also wants it removed. And I think any working person in this community would be outraged by this policy.
Thank you, John. Your time is up, but we'll absolutely ask staff to look at this.
Appreciate it.
Our next public comment form was received from Patrick, and I'm not quite sure how to pronounce his last name, but Patrick Hams.
Hamas.
Hams, okay, sorry, sir.
Hamas.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Commission. My name is Patrick Hamas. I'm a leader with BEST, Brownsville Educators Stand Together. We are a national, state, and local teacher union. We're affiliated with the American Federation of Teachers, and we're also a subsidiary of AFL-CIO, which is labor across the country with 12.1 million members. I'm following up on what John brought up on your policy, and also speaking on behalf of our brothers and sisters in the police unions and the firefighters on this reprehensible policy that somehow slipped by y'all. I've already seen we've honored a teacher of 38 years, Ms. Cantu. Thank you for that. Thank you for her service. And Mr. Ham for the June 19th coming into being a national federal holiday. And Mr. Ham's closing comment was that African-American history is American history. Well, labor history, guys, is American history. And I'm going to go into a little further list than what John did. And 36 reasons on why you should thank a union. Weekends. All breaks at work, including your lunch break. Paid vacation. FMLA. Sick leave. Social Security. Minimum wage. Civil Rights Act Title VII prohibits employer discrimination. An 8-hour workday. Overtime pay. Child labor laws. A 40-hour work week. Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSHA. Workers' compensation. Unemployment insurance. Pensions. Workplace safety standards and regulations. Employer health care insurance. Collective bargaining rights for employees, not teachers, not in Texas. Wrongful termination laws, Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, whistleblower protection laws, Employee Polygraph Protect Act prohibits employer from using a lie detector test on an employee, Veterans Employment and Training Service, compensation increases and evaluations, raises, sexual harassment laws, American with Disabilities Act, ADA, holiday pay, employers' dental, life, and vision insurance, privacy rights, pregnancy and parental leave, military leave, the right to strike, public education for children, Equal Pay Acts of 1963 and 2011, requiring employers to pay men and women equally for the same amount of work, and laws ending sweatshops in the United States. Back in the, over 100 years ago, we had the meat packing, that we had children being forced to go and work in with the threat of and the actual occurrence of life and loss of life and limb. So unions are important, guys. Okay? And as a city, I do not know why this language would be put in there. I believe all of you believe in democracy, and to be democratic, you should be going back, as John suggested, reviewing this policy and getting rid of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And have the best evening possible.
Thank you.
Our next item is work sessions. Item 1, Madeda Master Plan Update.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Commission. We're here tonight to provide you an update on the Madera development projects. We have representatives from Madera that are here to present to the Commission 2 additional economic development tools that they'd like the City Commission to consider in your future meeting by approval through resolution. We also have Travis James, TXP, our economic development consultant that has worked with the city as the City Commission decided to enter into the TERS agreement with the Madera Development Group. The first economic development tool is a public improvement district that will apply to the residential section of the development and will provide a revenue stream for maintenance and operation of common areas, parks, trails, public improvements, signage, et cetera. The other tool is a municipal management district, and that will provide a revenue stream for operation and maintenance of the commercial developments, open spaces, and provide them revenue stream in order to maintain those facilities. In addition to those tools, and in concert with the public improvement district, they'll be seeking authority to create a local government corporation which provides a developer the opportunity to issue tax-exempt municipal debt. They do not plan on doing issuing debt at this time. They're just asking for authorization. So in the future, if that need arises, they'd be able to go out to the bond markets and borrow tax-exempt municipal bonds, debt, just like the city is able to. But they must have the City Commission's approval at that time that they plan to issue debt. So they're not seeking authorization for debt issuance tonight. They're merely seeking authorization to create the vehicle. Tonight is just a workshop. You're not taking any formal action, but we're going to let Madera come up and present these economic development tool concepts to the Commission. You're free to ask any questions you may have. Bill?
Have we got the PowerPoint loaded up?
Yeah.
We met with staff, myself and Dennis Sanchez, a couple of weeks ago, and had a fairly lengthy discussion about these additional tools that we were hoping to receive support from the City Commission on and creation on. And it was their suggestion that we come before you so that we could talk about them and answer any questions, have an opportunity to do that. This slide basically is just a brief recap of where we are. I think most everybody is very familiar with the project. The original TERS was, for this was created in December of 2020. But the overall project, just over 1,330 acres of land. There's 2,900 plus single-family homes that are contemplated to be developed with price points between $200,000 and $450,000 in value. There's also a fairly extensive mixed-use commercial development contemplated that includes retail, hotel, entertainment, medical facilities, flex office space planned for development, and public facilities that are also contemplated to be developed that would include an amphitheater, municipal service facilities for city services for police, fire, and other that would partially be funded by TERS revenues. As I mentioned earlier, the TERS was created in December in 2020. We took about another year after that to work with staff to work through a myriad of details related to what ultimately would be included in the project plan for the reinvestment zone and in the development reimbursement agreement. The plan ultimately included $197 million worth of improved and reimbursable costs. Of that, 174.3 million were included in the development reimbursement agreement. I know I saw a number of you at the groundbreaking in 2022 in February, when that tremendously cold wind blew into the site like 20 minutes into it. Temperature dropped about 40 degrees, it seemed. The project is well underway. Earthwork is moving at almost light speed. The contractor is really moving forward. And we expect that once earthwork is done, phases 1 and 2, which are about 277 or so lots, will be ready for takedown by the 6 or 7, forgive me, I'm not exactly sure, home builders that have been contracted. Every one of the first 2 phases of lots are already spoken for and under contract. And so we do expect that everything will move quickly once they're actually ready for development. In addition to the TERS, we had spoken with city staff about the use of the Public Improvement District as a mechanism that would, through assessments on the residential property, provide for a revenue stream that would essentially enable the improvements that are placed in public rights-of-way, all of the esplanades, the hike and bike trailing systems, all of the green spaces, the lake amenities that are essentially detention facilities, as well as improvements to the resacas, would all have a stream of revenue that could be used to make sure that they stay beautiful and pristine once fully redeveloped and revitalized. And I believe that there is staff support for that. In addition to that, we do anticipate that there will be substantial improvements in the commercial rights-of-ways and green spaces that surround the commercial properties that will amenitize those developments. And given that they are, by their very nature, different in valuation as well as in function, application of a public improvement district didn't really seem to make a lot of sense to us. And so we recommended to the developers and to city staff that we use a municipal management district, which is also a supplemental assessment mechanism, and overlay that on the reinvestment zone so that assessments levied on commercial property could be utilized to maintain those aspects of the overall development. We expect that the setting of that assessment rate, once we would get to that point, would be largely on a value form rather than on a by lot form, as is the case for the residential development. And so they really are 2 separate mechanisms that will address 2 separate universes of improvements. And then lastly, we need and would hope to have the use of a local government corporation to issue bonds at the appropriate time once there's an adequate stream of revenue to do developer payback. Just as a clarification, Rick mentioned that it would be the developer selling the bonds. It's not actually that. It would be the local government corporation that would do so at the request of the developer. And typically, when these mechanisms are used, they're overlaid on a TERS. You currently have an agreement that has a pledge of TERS resources to repay the developer for all of the advanced funding that they're going to be doing to build the public infrastructure. But once there's vertical development and increased value that comes out of the reinvestment zone, that captured value and that incremental revenue that goes into the TERS pot, rather than going to the developer, would ultimately be pledged to debt service on bonds, so that there could be a takeout essentially of some portion of the developer debt that's been incurred, so they effectively can take that money and then just recapitalize and continue the development effort. This mechanism has been proven to be incredibly useful and is in place in over 150 reinvestment zones in Texas. I'm aware of a couple of that are in the Valley, probably the largest in the city of Mission, that has done multiple bond issues. for essentially the same purpose. And so we're hopeful that we can also get City Commission support for creation of this mechanism so that we have it in place and can utilize it when we get to that point. I don't actually anticipate that bonding would take place anytime within the near future, because we're talking about a pledge of the future incremental revenues, and TERSs have a delayed, there's a delay in the process for getting the incremental revenues into the TERS pot just by virtue of how development occurs. We don't anticipate that there'll be significant dollars into a TERS pot, probably for at least 4 years, where we could actually consider bonding. But putting these mechanisms in place now makes a lot of sense to us. We have the time to do it and the focus, and can get them basically in place so that when we get to that point, we will have what we need in order to further the development and move it aggressively. What we would need from the City Commission in order to move forward with these three would be to have you adopt a resolution making the necessary findings on the creation of the PID. And I believe that that has been targeted for inclusion on your next agenda. Public notice has already been rendered and made for that, so that you have the legal authorization and capacity to consider that resolution. We will have to come back after that. The statute allows you 6 months of time. I don't anticipate it's really going to take us that long, probably about a month, to have a second hearing on whatever details and minutiae the commission might want to get into related to the use of the PID, after which a second resolution would be adopted that would authorize its creation. And then there's one last notice, after which 2 weeks, I believe, providing it's been done according to the statute and there isn't any revolution in the community about the use of the mechanism, it becomes automatic. And at that point, we would then focus on bringing the service plan to you, but you'll see that well in advance. As far as the management district and the local government corporation, the statutes that govern the use of these two mechanisms, transportation code in the case of the LGC, and Chapter 375 of the local government corporation as far as the management district goes, both do require that the governing entities where these are created and utilized consent to their creation and their use. And so we would ask you at this next commission meeting also to consider authorizing, essentially consenting to their creation, so that we can then go about the business of working through the process of making those two things happen. They are separate in their creation. As far as the local government corporation goes, we have to go through the Secretary of State with a filing that includes the consent resolution. It's about a 30-day process once they receive the application. And with respect to the municipal management district, there's a fairly voluminous application that needs to be submitted to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And in that application would also be City Commission essentially consenting to it. And that's basically what I had to present. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know what? I didn't use all of these slides. We had some really nice pictures here if you want to see them, but I'll spare you the time. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Commissioner De Los Santos, I just want to point out that the mayor has joined virtually.
Very good. Thank you.
Our next item is presentations. Presentation of the city's 2022 Executive Leadership Intern Cohort.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. We are very excited to present to you this year's summer intern cohort. They represent different programs and will be doing self-introductions. So we will start with Ms. Mia Lee.
Thank you, Ms. Alesi, for the introduction. Good evening, everyone. My name is Miali Rodriguez. I am a sophomore at the University of Texas at Austin, and I am studying Plan 2 Honors and Music. I have had the opportunity to intern here at the City of Brownsville through the Home to Texas program. This is sponsored by the University of Texas as well as the think tank IC Squared. This is a three-part program that is designed to help undergraduate students return to their hometowns to form professional relationships as well as see and appreciate the value of their community through a internship and then through a research course that involves community interviews where we are able to get to know community and civic leaders. I am working with the City Manager's Office as well as the Office of Strategic Initiatives. This is a really wonderful opportunity both for me to gain a new perspective as well as deepen my appreciation for both Brownsville and local government. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, and leadership. My name is Emmanuel Sanchez. I am originally here from Bronzeville, and I graduated from Rivera and also Texas Southmost College. I am studying political science, more specifically in the Peace Studies track for basically international relations in St. Mary's University. I'm also part of a joint degree program doing Master's in Public Administration. I am part of the management internship program with the City of Brownsville, and I would like to thank Mr. Bernal and also Ms. Olezzi for developing the program. It really is a very wonderful opportunity to be here, and I really hope to work more closely with them. The time frame that I'll be here will be roughly 9 weeks. It's really not a very long time, but in this time, I hope to get a better understanding of the government process here in the City of Brownsville, to have a more well-rounded understanding so that I can better commit my time and efforts into helping my community. I always wanted to come back to the City of Brownsville since I left for university, and I wasn't entirely sure how I was going to do that, but I always knew that I wanted to come back. And so this internship can really give me a really good opportunity to be able to see how I can help my community and working in different efforts and in different projects. Now I've already been able to do that just in the small time being here. And thank you again for this wonderful opportunity. I'm really grateful, and I really look forward for the rest of my time here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabby Salinas, and I was born and raised here in Brownsville, Texas. I am a second-year law student at St. Mary's University, and I'll be here for the summer interning with the Office of the City Attorneys with Mr. Flores and his team. And my goal for the summer is just to explore municipal law and really learn everything and anything I can from Mr. Flores and his team. It's been great for the 2 weeks that I've been here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor Mendez, as well as the members of the commission. It's an honor to be here today. I believe I might be the only outsider from among the interns here. I'm South Korean, but I am currently studying Master in Public Policy from Harvard Kennedy School. And it's my honor to be here in Brownsville for the first time. It's actually my first time in the city as well as my first time in Texas. So great to be here, and I love the culture even for the past 3 days of internship I've been having here. So my name is Sohee Hyung, and as I've told you, I'm part of the Harvard Kennedy School program, and I've learned about Brownsville through the summer fellowship that is provided through the Harvard Bloomberg City Leadership Initiative, which I believe Mayor Mendez has been part of recently. So I became excited about Brownsville because of its unique opportunity. I've been learning a lot about all the economic opportunities and growth that it's been experiencing with the aerospace industry, as well as unique geographic location that allows it to have a lot of economic opportunities through the port as well as the airspace. And more than that, I think I've been also very intrigued by the leadership. I've learned a great deal about the city manager as well as the deputy city manager and everything that they've done to really transform and really bring exemplary leadership in the city. And I wanted to really learn from both of them. So it's an exciting opportunity for me to be here today. So while I'm here for the 10 weeks of summer internship, I'll be working closely with Helen and Ramirez on the Greater Brownsville Incentive Corporation. And I'll be working specifically on the new space ecosystem and conducting gap analysis around what are the strengths and barriers that we have as the city, and what are the ways we can really incentivize greater growth of this industry, ultimately for the purpose of supporting the growth of the city for the quality of well-being for the residents. So it's an exciting time, and I'm really honored to be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If y'all would like to come up for a picture. On my life is really
Our next item is consent agenda items 1 through 12. However, Commissioner De Los Santos, I have been told that item 5 under consent will need to be pulled and considered separately. I believe Joel's going to update you on that.
I believe Commissioner Galante has some she wants to pull out as well.
I'd like to pull out the minutes, number 1, and then number 8, to consider separately.
So we've got 5, 8, and the minutes.
Yes, but
Any
I'll move to
others?
approve everything else.
Any others? Very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items excluding the minutes, item number 5 and item number 8.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a motion and a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Starting with the minutes.
The only reason is because there was an agenda item in those minutes where I had to abstain because I had a conflict of interest, so I'd rather not vote again.
Very good. Anything else on the minutes? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Item 5.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners, we had this item back in April. We needed to revise it to make some changes to the language. But the reason we wanted to pull it is we wanted to say thank you. The Executive Director of the Rio Grande Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization, RGVMPO, is here, and so we want to give him a chance to introduce himself. So, Andrew.
Come on, you wore the hat and everything, Andrew. Get up here.
Ma'am, like
You
the
wore
new
the hat,
hairstyle.
so you have to say something.
No, I just came with the checkbook.
Even better.
Much appreciated then.
I want you to know, though, I started with a much lower number and I got browbeat by Helen until we came to this number. So, because the number I started with was even with another city that I will not name, and that was unacceptable. You're much bigger transit system. So I got beat down until I finally gave in over a cup of coffee so I could be easily bought for caffeine.
Good job, Helen.
But no, we're glad to do this, and we're excited about the partnership for the study to extend that and do it. And McAllen is working on one, and we've done it as part of a regional aspect before. So we're just glad to do that so we can update everything that we all need, and that's important for transit and other modes of transportation in the region. So.
Now, thank you for being with us in your consideration.
Motion to approve.
Second.
have a motion from Commissioner Gowan, a second from Commissioner Galante. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Item number 8.
And this one, the only reason I wanted to take it out of order is because I voted against it, and so I want to vote against it again, whereas the majority voted in favor of it.
I'll entertain a motion to approve. I need a motion first. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries.
Okay, our next item is public hearings. Item 1, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2022-898-HH. An ordinance amending Chapter 74, Parks and Recreation of the City Code of Ordinances by re-adopting Section 74-18, Local Standards of Care for the City Parks and Recreation Department's children's recreation programs, and dealing with related matters. Parks and Recreation Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commission. Today, we are here for the exemption from child care license requirements that is required by the Human Resources Code, Title II, Chapter 42, Subchapter C, Section 42.041. This is an annual readoption, but just to review for you and for the public, in summary, it is to be in compliance with what I just said, and it's a requirement that we adopt these local standards of care for the Parks and Recreation Department's children's recreation programs. Section 74-18 provides the authority for local standards of care for the Parks and Recreation Department's programs versus being a licensed accredited child care facility as per the City of Brownsville's Home Rule Authority. And so this allows us through this ordinance to govern our programs versus following like a child care facility. So the scope and analysis of this is that we have regulations for program administration, the program rules, monitoring, required supervision, employee requirements, facility operation, the physical environment, and the physical health and medication standards for those that participate with us, but we may not advertise our recreation programs as a child care facility. That is not what we provide. Other things that you can find in this ordinance or that the public can find if they have questions about their children attending our programs. For example, E1A says that like we have the ratio for 1 recreation attendant per 15 children or participants ages 5 to 11 years old, and a ratio of 1 recreation attendant for every 20 participants between the ages of 12 and 17. And then we also have ratios for those children with disabilities or special needs, and that could be as low as 1 recreation attendant to 4 participants between ages of 5 and 12, and 1 for each 8 participants between the ages of 13 and 17. We do not provide one-to-one care in our programs, but we also welcome that if an attendant is required, that they can come with their participant if need be. The other things that this covers is staff and volunteer training requirements, which is established by me, the director, as well as just requirements for first aid, AED, CPR, and things like that, including some swimming stuff. And then medication standards. So we don't dispense medication. We also will call a parent if the child is sick and ask them to stay home if they're 100.4. And then during COVID, of course, we establish, the COVID protocols as well. And that is the highlights of this ordinance. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I'll move to approve the request.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
And we just want to do a last invite too. Our summer camp programs are open, as are our Learn to Swim. So if you were wanting to register, and this is mostly to the public, feel free to go to our website, btxparks.com, and you can register for our programs. Thank
Did we
you
get
so
all the
much.
lifeguards we were looking for?
We're nearly there. We're practically there, but we're up and running, so we got it. Thank
Very
you.
good.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
everyone.
Our next item is items for individual consideration. Item 1, consideration and action to acknowledge the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended September 30th, 2021, Financial Services Department.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Quentin Anderson, and I'm a partner with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. I'm here with Christopher Laird, and we worked with your finance department to prepare the annual comprehensive financial report. We had an opportunity to meet with Audit and Oversight Committee and review the report in detail, and we've prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation to help kind of summarize the information within those financial statements. And so in terms of the annual audit requirement, what you'll find is that, we've issued an independent auditor's opinion, which is included on page 21 of the overall financial statement. I believe everybody's got a version, a paper copy of that information, but the independent auditor's report indicates that the financial statements were fairly presented and in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards. And so that's an unmodified report, as you would expect as members of the commission. Another thing that we would want to point out is that the city and the finance department have been awarded a certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting. That's included in your booklet as well on page 17. And it's important to note that this is year 44 in terms of receiving that certificate for excellence in financial reporting. So the finance personnel take seriously the financial reporting process. You'll submit your current year report for review and consideration, and anticipate that you'll also receive that award again. To kind of summarize what is included within the annual financial report, my charts show that you've got, besides financial information, you've got a section of management's discussion and analysis, which are several pages of narrative highlights and charts and graphs that will help you have a good grasp of what happened in the city during the fiscal year. And that's prepared by finance personnel to give you a good overview without having to look at the detail in the financial statements. Again, the financial report itself is over 300 pages long, and so management's discussion and analysis is a good place to go to get a quick overview of the financial statements. It also includes basic financial statements, which consist of government-wide financial statements. I would consider that to be a consolidated financial position of the city as a whole, and fund-level financial statements, which show all the various funds that finance has to account for during the year, including your general fund and other major funds, as well as notes to the financial statements. And there's over 80 pages of notes included within those financial statements, beginning on page 164. There's also some required supplemental information required by Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and you've included that within your financial statements as well. In terms of financial information to highlight, this is a useful chart. It shows a presentation over the past 15 years of changes in the government-wide net position for the city. And to give you a brief summary, net position is the difference between your assets and your liabilities. And so the bigger net position is you consider that kind of a measure of financial health. There's been some significant changes in accounting policies over past years that impacted the city's net position, particularly beginning back in 2016 with GASB 68 on pensions and policies related to post-employment benefits. But the net position has continued to rise since the implementation of those standards. Net position changed during the past year. It grew from $290 million to $316 million. And so our tables show, again, net position is an indicator of overall financial health. And we'll see in the financial statements that are summarized in the MD&A, basically on page 28 and page 30, that your assets of the city increased by over $74 million during the past fiscal year, and they're a component of net position. There's reasons for those increases, including increases in property tax revenues. We'll see in the revenue schedules that although the city reduced the property tax rate, property tax revenues increased because of increase in property values. And you had an increase also in sales tax revenues from the prior year, and then some additional surplus funds transferred from PUB. We also were the recipient of a significant grant award from the American Rescue Plan Act, and some of those revenues are included within the financial statements and are all part of the reasons for an increase in total assets and increase in net position. Your overall assets, again, they grew by $74 million, and liabilities also increased by about $48 million. There were some general obligation bonds and certificate of obligations issued during the current fiscal year, and there were also some debt deficiencies, reducing overall long-term debt. We have a schedule of long-term debt in the next page, and other significant liabilities include your net pension liability and retirement post-employment benefit liabilities as well. So the schedule of long-term liabilities in your chart gives you a recap of the changes in your long-term debt, which were nearly $270 million beginning of the fiscal year and increased to $279 million. The previous chart showed some new bonds that were issued, and then there are some bonds that were defeased or retired. And this schedule shows the overall long-term liabilities, and also included in the notes to the financial statements. So, again, one of the big liabilities that has impacted the financial statements, we only present this chart because the changes in accounting principles back in 2016 brought onto the financial statements your net pension liability and your participation in municipal retirement system. And that pension liability for the city is $29 million, and it changes each year because of various actuarial assumptions, but it's included in your overall long-term liabilities, as is the other post-employment benefits. And so that's a significant computation that's made and represents nearly $59 million in the overall liabilities. So again, overall assets grew by $74 million, liabilities grew as well, but net position, which was the change in those two components, grew from $290 million to $360 million. So there were some significant increases in revenue, as I mentioned previously, and in your booklet on page 30, you'll see some of that information. But again, property tax revenues increased by $1.7 million, and sales tax revenues increased by over $5.7 million. So that was in your governmental activities. In terms of fund level financial statements, and there's only a few more charts that we'll cover, it's important to note, again, in terms of an accounting process for the finance department, there's over 26 individual governmental funds that finance has to keep records of each individual sets of books. And so it's a cumbersome process, but what you'll find in your governmental funds, that fund balance grew from the prior year from $65 million to nearly $101 million. And there's a good significant increase in your unassigned fund balance of about $24 million, and some increases in the overall general fund balance, which we'll have a look at. This recap on page 57 is a nice perspective running from 2012 to 2021 for changes in fund balance. And so the general fund balance grew.
Can you put the microphone closer, because
I'm sorry, yes.
your voice is fading.
Okay, thank you for that. On this recap of fund balance, we can see the overall changes in in fund balance over the past several years. And again, in the current fiscal year, general fund balance grew, and some of the reasons that we mentioned before was because there was increase in property taxes and sales tax revenues, and also an increase in surplus funds transferred by PUB during the past fiscal year, as well as revenues coming in from coronavirus relief funds and other grant funds. So, I think what we see in the financial statements is an improvement in net position, which again is a measure of financial health, and also an improvement in the city's fund balances, and in particular in the general fund balances as well. So, besides being a financial report, this is also a compliance report, and we were required to test the city's compliance with grant provisions for both federal and state awards, and we issued additional reports that are included in the back of your bound document under the tab single audit, and we review these reports with the Audit and Oversight Committee, and there's a summary within the report of the grant awards that were specifically tested during the audit process, and a description of the overall federal awards, which over $25 million in federal awards and another $1.4 million in state awards that were included in the city's grant compliance process. This page is a summary of the results of all of that work, and again, this is included in the back pages of the report, beginning at page 297. And so what we reviewed with the Audit and Oversight Committee is that although we didn't have any matters of noncompliance that were noted in our testing process, we did have some control recommendations, some things that were considered to be deficiencies, and we reviewed those in detail with the Audit and Oversight Committee, and the recommendations that were made to management, and management has worked to also include responses to the recommendations that were made and appropriate corrective action that would be taken to address those comments. So, we reviewed information related to the audit process and matters that came up during the audit process with the Audit and Oversight Committee, including a listing of adjusted entries that were made and various other minor improvement points during that audit process. That's also included in your packet as well, and we addressed any questions that came up during that meeting. So that's an overview. Again, I think the report shows that financial performance improved from one year to the next, and there are some recommendations on matters that you should consider and take additional action on. I'll be glad to address any questions that you might have.
Just a quick comment. Just a quick comment, if I may, Mayor, Commissioners, just to give credit to the staff for their work on the audit. I know it's an annual occurrence, but it's still a major undertaking every year. The budget, the audit, is just a cycle that never really ends. So here we are going into budget, but at the same time, the city is very strong financially. I also want to thank you all and the Budget Committee in specific for their many hours that they dedicate to the 5-year plan. While we have received some windfalls that are out there, the PUB and some federal funds, a lot of this is by design. We've been very conservative. We've not overspent on sales tax. We've been very disciplined. Y'all have taken care of business on entitlements that needed to be cost contained. And so I think you all deserve a lot of credit for the fiscal health of the city. Also, just to share that there is a new CFO coming online. He just accepted today, so we have been actively looking at some executive positions, and this one is critical for the city, and he has committed to starting on June 27th. His name is Carlos Buenteo. So we'll send the announcement out as part of the onboarding process, but just wanted to share that too. Thank you.
Perhaps we could ask him to give us an update with respect to the corrective action plan, maybe a couple of months into his coming.
Yes, that's the first step. I think that's the homework. We have some things from the 20 audit, now there's some 21 things. A lot of it is just staffing, getting a good management plan in place. Yes.
Thank you.
very much.
Oh, we've got a, yes, we need a motion to acknowledge. We've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a motion and a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item 2, consideration and action to acknowledge the finance director's financial statements and cash investment report for the city of Brownsville for the second quarter ended March 31st, 2022. Financial Services Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lupe and I'm the Finance Director. As part of this agenda item, there was a financial package that was included as part of your backup. Also included on there was a presentation. I'll briefly go over the presentation. It gives you brief highlights of the financials. If you turn to page one more. These are some financial, one back. We have some financials highlights. On the general fund revenues, we've collected about $70.7 million. On the general fund expenditures, we actually spent about $55 million. If you see more revenues over expenditures, and I'll go over that a little bit more and the reason why. Again, property tax drives a lot of the revenues up front of the year. So that's one of the reasons. Sales tax revenues is doing real good. So far, $20.8 million. Property tax collections, we've collected about 90% plus, I'll go over that, or about $50.9 million. PUB cash transfer, about $5.2 million. That's a slight increase compared to the same period as last time. General fund, landfill revenues, we're on budget, about $7.5 million through the half of the first 6 months of the year. And Veterans Bridge, we see a slight increase, totally of $1.4 million to date. We go to this slide right here. Again, total budget was $115 million. Total revenues of $70.7 million. Revenues exceeded fiscal year 22. Revenues exceeded fiscal year 21's about $1 million. I'll go over the details on this, but if you see sales tax is performing greater, property tax is considered greater. PUB transfer, the only down is the intergovernmental. Intergovernmental basically is grant and revenues that we're getting, taking into note that we got CARES money, significant CARES money. That's why that's a little bit low, but that's a given. CARES money was going to be once and that's it. Next slide, please. On the sales tax highlights, you'll see the sales tax, again, $20.8 million. That represents about $3.2 million above last year's amount, or about 18.4% greater than the fiscal year 21 amount. You'll see on the top right-hand slide that's there. This is a pretty good slide right here. It takes a rolling 12 perspective of how much we're getting sales tax. This represents April 21 through March of 2022. The yellow line that you see there, if you kind of see towards the right-hand side, gives you a perspective of the percentage increase compared to last period. Since April, we've been getting double digits, high double digits. That's why sales tax has been given. But one of the highlight points on this one, if you see for March 2022, you'll see it only at 4.5% increase. It's a little bit down, something that we just kind of need to monitor. It's good to be receiving the double digits, 20s, 30% increases year over year, but don't know how long that's going to be sustainable. So continue monitoring of the sales tax is something that we got to keep an eye on. Next slide, please. This slide just shows a representation of the sales tax increase from last fiscal year to this year. The purple line is last year trending revenue. This year, you see the gold line or yellow line is actually, we're over about $4.7 million over the budgeted amount. Next slide, please. Property tax highlights, again, we've collected about 92.5% or about $50.9 million. There's two apportionments. So one apportionment goes to the general fund, that's about $32.3 million, 63%, and the other apportionment is to debt service. And basically, that's about $18.6 million, and that's used to take care of our annual debt service payments. Next slide, please. This is a slide comparing the monthly comparison between last fiscal year and this fiscal year. As you'll see on the dark blue paragraph, where we collect a lot of our revenues up front. The total tax levy for fiscal year 20 was $54 million. We've collected about $50.9 million, or about 93%. And we've roughly estimated collected about $1 million more in taxes compared to last fiscal year. Next slide, please. This is a utility service and cash transfer out from the PUB. Again, this utility service is always something that we want to compare. The utility services are basically reduced from our cash transfer. So the less utility we get, the better the cash transfer. But there's a slight increase on the utilities, not significant. On the cash transfer, we do see about a $600,000 more to the same period as last year from PUB, or a 13% increase. Next slide, please. These are the other revenues, other minor revenues under intergovernmental. Like I mentioned, there's a significant decrease on that, but that's again given because of the CARES funding. We are not getting those CARES funding this year. Fees and services, you'll see about a $919,000 increase. That's mainly attributed to fire department fees and services, ambulance service, minor increases in library, vital stats, parks and rec youth programs. Again, as things open up, as activities increase, you're going to see those increases. Fines and forfeiture, you have about $350,000 increase, mainly attributed to municipal court activities. Interest income, we show a slight increase of about $66,000 compared to last fiscal year. This, as interest rates go up, is a dual purpose. One is we get more interest in our investments, which is great, but when we borrow money, it's more expensive. So, that's, you have to take the good with the bad. Next slide, please. These are general fund expenditures. One of the items to highlight here under the public health, and we track most of our CARES expenditures under public health. You see a big decrease on there. You see increases in public safety, again, union contracts, activities, greater in there. General government, slight increase in general government, culture and recreation. Total amended budget is $134 million. We've only spent $55 million through the 6 months of the year. And overall expenditures, we increased about $1 million compared to the same period of last year. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the general fund balance. We started with a fund balance of about 60.9. We have a revenues of 70.7, expenditures of 55.1. We have a fund balance of $76.5 million. Of that, there's about 63 that's unassigned fund balance. Again, attributed to strong sales tax, strong ad valorem taxes, the increase. Of that unassigned fund balance, some of it's already been appropriated for one-time projects, as our policy says. It's dedicated for one-time projects, about $16.8 million. And the remaining $46.9 million represents about 127 days of operating, and it's according to our minimum unassigned fund balance as per our policy statement. Next slide, please. This just provides a summary of the activities for the other funds. The funds covered in peach color, those are basically our special revenue funds. Those revenue funds are in the positive. The only one on there is the community development. Community development is grant funded. We spend the money and then we get the monies fund. So this is just a matter of a period of getting those funds in subsequent periods. But overall, year over year, it's revenues equal expenditures at the end of the fiscal year. The next two is in teal. These are the debt service, non-bonded and bonded debt service. Those are in the positive. And the rest of them are enterprise funds. Again, though most of these enterprises are self-generating revenues, and a lot of them are subsidized through the general fund transfer. But at the end, they're in the positive through this period of time. Next slide, please.
Ooh, before you move on, Lupe, for the previous one, how does the math on the sports park work out? I didn't get that. It should be negative, no?
Yes, well, the sports park does operate in negative. There is, if you, on that peach color, other financial sources, that's the amount of money that's transferred from the general fund to keep that fund in the black, per se. So yes, the revenues are under their expenditures, and there are some other financial sources, mainly general fund, and the other one is BCIC. There is a operating transfer from BCIC to keep this fund in the black, per se.
So BCIC's contribution is not allocated here, and that's what puts it over, so that the ending net position is in the positive?
Correct. And the funds are transferred as needed. We don't advance the general fund contribution or BCIC until it's actually needed, and so that the fund could stay balanced through the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Next slide, please. The Employee Benefit Fund. The Employee Benefit Fund right now is doing fairly well. We have revenues in excess of expenditures of $2.2 million. Now, something that we need to take into account, there are some what we call running claims, claims that are just they might have been issued about 2 months ago and they're barely being processed. So estimates about $1 million in running claims. So, technically there might be $1 million more expenditures that are not reflected because of the timing of it. Again, revenues, $5.8 million contributed from the city, 1.1 contributed from mainly employees, some from retirees, some rebates that we get. Total net position right now, including the prior net position, positive net position, is about $5.2 million. The pie where you'll see there mainly is medical expenses and prescription claims. They take up the bulk of the activity. Specific stop loss, this is self-insurance that we use. And then we have administrative fees and consulting fees there that make up the difference. Next slide, please. Some of these economic indicators that we'll go over real quick. Next slide, please. Veterans Bridge. Veterans Bridge is one of the funds that we monitor. The slides on the right, basically the activity that so far, as you'll see, the activity has been down for the first period of time. We anticipate that activity to increase. On the left-hand side, you see a bar graph of the yellow line that's spotted out there. That's the budget that we anticipate. The green dotted line, that's what we've collected so far. So far, we've collected actuals. We've collected 108 more than last fiscal year. Budget-wise, we're 200,000 above last fiscal year. Next slide, please. Building permits. Building permits are going strong. On the left-hand side, it gives you a detail of the building permits assigned and their permit values. It's not their appraised values, just the permit values. But as you see through the first half of the year, the activity is going on the residential side. It's on the residential, and on the residential side, it is still going strong. On the commercial side, it's also going strong. So to date, the permit values have already exceeded the total of last year. So we have tremendous growth in the first 6 months, and hopefully we maintain some level of this activity through the end of the fiscal year. Next slide. Unemployment rates, you'll just see it trending down and decrease. The city's unemployment rates at 6.1%. And lastly, we have a snapshot of our investment portfolio. Basically, we have 4 categories of investments, from interest income, demand accounts, certificate deposits, public investment funds, and bonds. We mainly are focusing on investment bonds and interest-bearing demand accounts. The reason we have an investment demand accounts is because we're getting a very favorable interest rate on that one. It's at 0.9%. Now, as interest rates still start rising, there's going to be opportunities to invest those funds in other investment so that we could get a better yield on our monies. Our policy says that we can have more than 270 days of weighted average to maturity. We have 14 days. Again, it's 14 days because it's the daily liquid, because that's the interest rates that we're getting real good interest rates on. And the weighted yield and maturity is about 4.46. We always compare that to the T-bill, 3-month T-bill. 3-month T-bill is at 0.06%. Now, these are kind of outdated rates as interest rates go up, so that we will see a significant change in next quarter report. And that concludes the presentation. You have any questions?
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
For the next item, I'll be stepping out.
So who's next in line?
Commissioner Cardenas, you're the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem. Item 3, consideration and action to approve a memorandum of understanding with the Mitty Foundation and Mitty Cultural District establishing the cost share of reasonable operating expenses in support of the Mitty Cultural District. City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioners. My name is Marina Solesi with the City Manager's Office. Tonight, we have the new Executive Director for the Mitty Cultural District, Ms. Veronica Garcia, with us, and she'll be able to help answer any questions you may have tonight. So the item before you is an MOU between the city, the Mitty Foundation, and the Mitty Cultural District, establishing a cost share of reasonable operating expenses in support of the Mitty Cultural District. So background, the Mitty Cultural District has been an integral part of our community. It was originally known as Cultural District Number 1. It was created back in 1998. In 1999, the names changed to Mitty Cultural District, and the Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitty Cultural District were added in consideration of the donation that was made in the amount of $3 million from the Mitty Foundation for the renovation of Dean Porter Park. And within the creation, there was a provision authorizing proposals for outside funding of enhancements to the district. So over 2 decades, the original entities of the district, mostly the organizations, nonprofits, have funded the operations and sought grants and outside funding. And this is in collaboration with the city as a partner for joint marketing efforts of the area. Present day, what you have here is a visual of the Buena Vida Arts and Cultural Park. And so there has been $2.5 million in the Mitty Cultural District enhancements that are underway. So this includes a new park in the area, parking lots, public art, performance areas. There's also plans for the public restrooms that will help service the Cannery Public Market as well, and the park, and there is a one-to-one match. So the Mitty Foundation is providing a one-to-one match with the city on the public restrooms. The foundation is also considering additional enhancements opportunities in the area, which includes the downtown Brownsville, to support the district. And just to add as well, the nonprofits and the organizations continue to make contributions for the operations and marketing of the district. And they continue to pursue grants and supplemental revenues. As you see here, they've employed a new executive director, also as well a membership and marketing director through the foundation grant. And so the foundation's committed to continue securing revenues, establish that, and the idea is to be self-sustaining throughout. The ask here in this part of this MOU is between the Mitty Foundation, the city, and the Cultural District. And so the Mitty Foundation themselves have awarded awards for 2021 and 2022 for staffing to the district and they're also committing to increasing the grant award to the district for 2022 and 2023 with an increase of over $100,000. The Mitty Cultural District asks that the city here consider a matching grant of 50% of the rate that the Mitty Foundation is contributing, and this would be for each year. There is an annual maximum amount of $50,000 per year, and the foundation themselves have committed to provide at least $75,000 per year. This would only be for 2 years, for 2022 and 2023. And then these funds would be for operations. Just a note here, the funds would be overseen by the board, so there's 8 seats on the board. That concludes the presentation. Are there any questions or any additional information needed?
So the city's match is only for staff to help promote, for the Mitty Cultural Foundation, right?
Yes, for the Mitty Cultural District, it would be for staffing and reasonable operations.
So what are some of the responsibilities of those staff members that would be of benefit to the city, since the city's going to be contributing half the salary?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you have to bear with me because I'm on week 3, so I have a little bit of information, but that staffing does include our marketing and membership leader and also myself. So that also incorporates grant writing abilities and managing the cultural district as a whole.
So part of it as well is promoting the economic opportunities within the district, the marketing, the staffing, and it'll also help, it's the seed funding to help them be self-sustaining as far as increasing their revenues after the 2 years.
I have a question on the board. You mentioned there are 8 seats currently. Are those seats filled?
I would need to check. Could you confirm? Okay. We'll check on that, Commissioner.
That's news to me. I
Currently
didn't know
8
that
seats.
that existed. Okay.
We'll check and we'll get back.
City Attorney, do you find any conflict of interest in this? If it goes to pay certain salaries to certain people?
The overall, what's been communicated, I think, to the city is that it establishes support of the economy. And so that would be the public purpose, is as it promotes economic opportunities in that district. We've vetted this and we don't have any legal issues with it.
Okay, do we want them, and this is just, I just don't know, I haven't thought it out, I need more time, but do we want the Mitty Cultural Foundation or District to be an agent of the city, or is there a similarity? Do you foresee that?
Those are definitely findings for the commission to determine, and it's, from a legal perspective, it checks out. From a policy perspective, it's with a discussion with the city commission whether it wants to do that partnership or not.
And Commissioner, as far as the, how it's set out in the MOU, so there is, it wouldn't be 50,000, it could be up to 50,000 per year, but it would be in 2 installments because there would be a check after the, before the installment of evidence upon the employment and how the progress is going. So it'd be 2 installments per year. It would be a total of 4 installments the way it's being presented.
And what if the positions are not filled until, say, 6 months from now? Do they still get the 50,000 and then they can use it in later dates, or?
So we would wait until that's fulfilled. There is a term for this MOU through April 15, 2024.
Oh, sorry. So the city's going to pay the money regardless of whether the positions are filled?
No, the positions would need to be filled. We would need to check. So the way it's worded here is we would be reviewing the reasonable operating expenses payable in 2 equal installments annually upon evidence of employment within that dedicated staff positions.
I would say I would say it's maybe an auditing process. Maybe that's a harsher word, but there is a checks and balances process within the agreement itself to verify, confirm that these funds are being used for public purpose.
Does the city have any MOU agreements or make payments like this for payroll for any other organizations within the city?
Yes, well, I mean, I would say the city does have other MOUs with nonprofits, let's say BHA. Those are not necessarily partnerships, those are mostly city paying into the maintenance side. So we do pay for maintenance of facilities that is delegated to some of these nonprofits. For example, that one's more niche-like because of the historic preservation aspect. But it's kind of similar in concept. I think here, one of the advantages to the city is it's a true partnership with this revenue being provided by the nonprofit, where in other examples, it's really just the city paying into the MOU in support of nonprofits.
Is this a nonprofit?
The Mitty Foundation? Yes.
Yes, we do have also an example for, at the Brownsville Performing Arts Academy. We provide support for the operations. There, we want to make sure that the services are being provided to low mod income individuals.
Yeah, Roca, in that case, it's Roca.
Roca is another example.
Well, but that comes from federal monies, no, or grant? Oh, the city?
Yes,
There's no federal
so
money.
the
The building
building
did,
itself
but not
is
the
federal
ops.
funding, but we assist in the operations.
Yeah, we fund the operations. We went into an operating agreement with
Oh.
Roca to administer the programming. And to me, this is the same. This is really programming to utilize the amenities that are being built out there and to ramp up the use of that improved space. So I know there's language about the Mitty Cultural District, which certainly will be covered, but the focus is to improve upon activating that $2.5 million set of improvements on the 7th Street side.
That was my question, or I wanted to point that out. Obviously, they invested $2.5 million into the space, unlike the other organizations that you mentioned that have not brought similar funds to invest into the city.
I do have a question. Has the district received any money from the city like some of the other entities in the district have, for example, the zoo or the Children's Museum? Has the district itself requested any monies, and have they been awarded any?
Sorry, Mayor, could you repeat that? Has the district itself requested any?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have really bad lighting behind me, but has the district, I mean, they're the ones that are asking for the money, am I correct? Okay. So have they requested any money previously from the city, or have they been awarded any money previously from the city, such as the other entities like the Children's Museum, the Fine Arts Museum, the zoo? Have they requested any of that money? Have they been awarded any?
Yeah, I would say no.
I'm not aware of it.
Just, I mean, outside of the HOT process, I don't know. Do they get HOT money? I don't think they have.
I guess the difference here is that there are organizations within the district, such as the zoo and other nonprofits, that receive funding. In this case, you have a public park or an area that's been redeveloped and revitalized, so that is next to our cannery.
The cannery.
So I think that's the difference between here we see a project, a community project, and public open space that is privately funded, right? But that is, has a synergy with our cannery, such as the bathrooms. One of the things that we're sharing costs with bathrooms. So I think that's the thought of how can we cost share maintenance of that space. And so
Mayor, to
that's
answer your
that's the
question-
difference between now and maybe previous initiatives that they've had.
Yeah, but I don't
To
think
answer the mayor's question, the answer is no.
Yeah, but I don't think the money's being requested for maintenance, Helen. It's being requested for staffing, isn't it?
Staffing and reasonable operations. So it'll be for staffing, and they'll continue to
marketing.
provide support to the nonprofits within, and the organizations within the district.
And in using the marketing, I would imagine they will be promoting Brownsville as well as just the Mitty Cultural District.
Yes, that's correct. And as presented here, they also have the intent to also provide for within the district, within the downtown area. So those enhancements we're looking forward to as well.
Is there a way to gauge effectiveness of the funds, like, setting out, objectives on how do we know that these funds are actually working for us, right?
Yes, we can set that up, Commissioner, with the foundation and with the district itself.
I think that's important, that
Yes,
our
and-
interests are aligned.
How these funds leveraging, how that, the outcomes and the
Absolutely.
support, how that helped out. Of course.
And so like have the details been worked out of the restrooms? I do believe that restrooms are necessary there, but then maintenance and upkeep of them afterwards, how's the labor going to be divided? Or will it be part of the Parks Department? Like have those
That's part of the city.
details been worked out?
The public restrooms.
Other cities.
Oh, are they the ones that you or requested to buy last year? I remember. Oh, those are different. Okay. But then they would become.
Restroom is part of the cannery project, right
That's-
where the RGV Food Bank will have its workspace. There'll be a restroom there that they're funding at 50% of the cost of that restroom. Then we'll cover some of that maintenance. There's a license agreement for some of the improved areas up and down that trail area that divides the cannery from this park space that will cover after it gets built. It'll be part of the city's parks maintenance.
So they will be maintained by the city, not half and half, no, by the city.
Yeah, there's an MOU in place. I think I need to go back. I'm not sure if there's reimbursable cost there, but I know that it's 50% of the cost of the restroom itself.
To be built,
Right.
but then yet maintenance, it's the city's.
I don't recall. I need to double check that. There's an MOU just for that was created.
Okay.
You had something to say, Damaris?
Do you know?
Yes,
you know the
please.
answer? She knows.
So the MOU, based on my recollection, is that the existing maintenance that the Parks Department provides will exist at the same level of service. So there is no restroom there, so that is not going to befall for the city maintenance. Anything else that was beyond the existing level of service, then the MIDI Foundation would supplement.
And
Okay.
Commissioners, what I wanted to add is, I think there was talks about adding certain criteria, reporting criteria to the MOU. We could absolutely include that within the MOU if you'd like, just to firm it up further.
Then I would move to table it just until those things get hammered out, just so that we have something specific.
All right, we have a motion. Do you have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I had a comment. I mean, I'm going to vote for it, but can I have a comment?
Of course.
My comment would be to please take back to the MIDI family and foundation. This is in no way disrespecting the investment that they made, but rather it's our job to be careful about how the funds are used and be able to answer those questions when the public asks us how the funds are made. And that's very important. Thank you.
That was, it's three for tabling, one for not tabling.
I'm
table.
voting in favor of tabling.
Okay.
I just
All
wanted
right,
to make
motion
that comment.
carries.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh,
I
we'll
didn't hear
wait
the
for
mayor.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Del
I understand.
Santos. I'll go ahead and read the next item. Item 4, discussion and action approving Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation to negotiate a term sheet as solicited through Gibbix recent request of interest for master developer for business I-69 North Corridor Industrial Park, City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and distinguished members of the commission. The item before you today is to consider an action of approving the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation to negotiate a term sheet. And Ms. Ramirez, our Executive Director and Deputy City Manager, will kick off the presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commission. One of the things when we talk about land use is balancing our land uses without citywide, and in order to create and increase our economic sustainability in the city. And as you can see, there's two pie charts here. And if you look on the one on what speaks to proportion of total revenue for each land use, much of our revenue is from residential land uses. So it's 72% of our land use. When you drive around the city, that's what you mainly see. And very few of that is industrial. We have a 5% industrial base. And when we look at industrial, we're really looking at workforce, job creation, manufacturing. And so with that, and then when you look on the other side, well, the lots are consistent with the land use, which is 80% of our lot is residential. And so when we look at the sustainability and economic growth of our community, we're really looking at balancing that. There's a question of what's the right balancing act. Normally, it's probably 60% more of non-residential, which can be commercial, industrial, other types of uses, and maybe 40% residential. Every city will evaluate that, but what is clear is in order to grow our tax base, grow our employment centers, we really need to have a better balance. And so when the Greater Brownsville Incentive Corporation has that available land of approximately 730 acres, we really said, how do we move forward in developing that? The mechanism by which we felt was the correct way to move it forward was through an RFI process, request for interest. What are those master developers out there that are interested in really moving this project forward, master planning it, developing, and then operating it in coordination and collaboration with GBIG and the city of Brownsville to move that needle forward and increase our tax base? So with no further ado, Constanza will go through what was the process, what we went through, and how we've come to recommend to you, and what the GBIG board approved would be the right way to negotiate a term sheet with this master developer. Thank you. Next slide.
So a little bit of a background in the RFI process. It was issued in April 25th of this year with the goal of selecting a master developer or an innovative firm that will plan, develop, and operate the 730-acre site and convert it into a next-gen rail-served Class A industrial park with business offices in addition to complementary uses. The site visit for the interested parties was held in May 6th at the BPUB Annex. It was well attended, and the deadline to respond was May 20th of this year. So the evaluation committee considered as evaluation criteria the strategic vision of the respondents in addition to their financial capabilities, their experience broken down in team experience and experience in the development of similar projects in addition to their references.
I would add one of the important criteria is the equity, right? The investment. I think it's important for any master developer would also bring in their own equity and investment. And so it's more of a balanced share of risk as we develop the site.
So the shortlisted firm selected was World Trade Center Industrial. They're part of Grupo Valoran. They're a real estate and infrastructure company headquartered in San Luis Potosí, Mexico. Grupo Valoran has over 45 years of experience generating sustainable value through the operation, acquisition, sale, and development of real estate. They're a member of the World Trade Centers Association, which is one global network that is with a presence in 92 countries and regions and 313 active WT licenses around the world. Some of the accolades is that they've developed the largest intermodal terminal in Mexico with the WTC Industrial Park, Premium Park in San Luis Potosí. More on the shortlisted firm, they have a great partnership with Kansas City Southern Railway, and they hope to bring that as an advantage to negotiate rail fares for customers to and from Mexico. So some of the information they provided was on the Industria Nacional de Autopartes, which states that there's 292 plants in Nuevo Laredo, Reynosa, Matamoros, and Ciudad Victoria that currently provide, that are dedicated to the creation of diverse and different automotive parts. They believe that, that given the proximity to the given the attributes of the Brownsville market, this would provide an advantage and it would be of great interest to the clients to further the automotive cluster in our city. Grupo Valoran overall and all their departments have over 800 employees, and their footprint includes Randman USA headquarters in Houston, Texas, in addition to their main seat, which is Rainman Grupo Valoran headquarters in San Luis Potosí, Mexico. And their footprint and presence is always is seen in Aguascalientes, Guadalajara, Guanajuato, Querétaro, Puebla, and Quintana Roo. They have an experienced and well-rounded team of professionals, both here in the U.S. and in Mexico. And as you can see in that small build-to-suit developed numbers, they have great experience developing industrial, mixed-use, and infrastructure.
So when we talk about teams, the team is, what they're proposing is to have it to Houston, which is our Houston. We've actually visited their Houston office even prior to the RFI. It seems like they've been looking at our market for a while. And so what we see is kind of a tag team of Houston, Brownsville, and then Mexico as well, supporting that.
So they're currently in the process of extending their presence in Querétaro and Guadalajara further. And as mentioned briefly, GBIC site provides a strategic partnership opportunity for their WTC Industrial and their clients. Some of their more notable clients or international clients include ABB, TI Automotive, Goodyear, Solvay, Faurecia, and Autoneum, among others. Their portfolio includes highway infrastructure, industrial, housing, mixed-use, energy infrastructure, and rail operations. WTC, like Ms. Ramirez mentioned, is going to pull experience and expertise from both the Houston and the Mexican teams. Some of the developed projects that were included as part of their response include the Premium Industrial Park Phase 1, Phase 2, the Intermodal and Fuels Terminal and Switchyard Electrical Maneuver. One of the neat things about WTC Industrial is that they're eco-friendly and sustainable. Their mode of building is trying to sustain their operations localized and then have the ability to tap into, into other utilities. The Faurecia headquarters Puebla was also set as an example. That's where they created their automotive suppliers' offices and warehouses. And you can see to the pictures on your right, some of the work that they've done there. So the vision for the program, obviously, is to continue their sustainable and eco-friendly mode of building. They are believers that a great transportation network with easy access to public transportation, a well-designed pedestrian, cycling, vehicular public, vehicular industrial, and railroad traffic will be the advantage necessary to offer better quality of life for both customers and visitors. What the vision for their site is a variety of industrial uses in addition to creating a foreign trade zone, which incidentally, they created the first foreign trade zone in Mexico in their park in San Luis Potosí since 2004 and have been administering it ever since.
And also you see a very conceptual rendering that's somewhat dense. I would say that part of the master plan process is going through that process, right? Where do we have our mixed use? Where do we have our connectivity, trail connectivity, rail connectivity? How do you transition land uses from the tertiary office, hotel, restaurant to manufacturing or technology buildings. So it's very conceptual because our time frame was very short, but I would say that's something that we're going to work together, and through a development agreement, it would go to the city commission in terms of the zoning, right? Right now it's zoned light industrial and a little bit of heavy industrial on the rail component, but what we see is as any master plan, it would include a development agreement, which includes a zoning plan development, plan district development that would come to the commission for approval.
So the next steps would be to take action to authorize our executive director to negotiate a term sheet as solicited through GBIC's request for interest for master developer for business I-69 North Corridor Industrial Park. It was previously approved by the GBIC Board of Directors on June 2nd of this year. And negotiations on the term sheet are set to begin above City Commission approval. And we'll be happy to entertain any questions.
And I would say part of the I think part of GBIC's interest is to keep the city commission apprised of as it develops. And so this is why we're here. We are not asking for approval of a specific term sheet. That'll come, and the agreements will come to the GBIC board and then ultimately be reviewed by the city commission. We definitely wanted to keep the commission apprised of that because ultimately it is land development, right, that GBIC owns that needs to go to the city commission for approval.
Helen, will the term sheet need to be approved by GBIC and the city both?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
On that note, I'll move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Item 5, consideration and action to award contract to Terra Fuerte Construction LLC of Alamo, Texas for the Brownsville Sports Park Complex roof repair, IFB number SPC-57-0622 for the grandstands in the amount of $468,000 as budgeted, Parks and Recreation Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and City Commission. My name is Roy Reyes. I am the project coordinator for the Parks and Recreational Department. A brief description of the project. The brief description of the project. Currently, the sports park grandstands that overlook the turf area is not available to the public for rental or due to its current conditions. The canopy roof is compromised, as seen in the pictures. Large chunks of rusted metal are falling from the roof, which extends from 60 to 70 feet in height. A scope of work to be done is to repair and replace of damaged roof components. The engineering firm recommends is that all existing roof panels, fasteners, and purlins are to be removed and replaced. On a good note, all structure steel framing members, including beams and columns, are to remain, but shall be sandblasted clean and repainted with one coat of rust-inhabitable paint. There is a contract in place. Estimated completion time is 120 calendar days. One seal bid was received on May 5th, 2022 by Terra Fuerte Construction. Construction price is $468,000. A project is to be funded by the Infrastructure Maintenance Funds approved in fiscal year 21 as part of the 5-year capital improvement plan. The Park and Recreational Department recommends approval. Thank you.
I have several questions.
Me too. Go ahead.
I was just elected commissioner when they put this up, and it was very controversial. And I was on BCIC as well when payment was delayed because the whole project was delayed. What was the original cost of the roof?
I don't have that at this time. We'd have to go back through the records, but we can look that up and bring it to you.
In that time, there were a lot of errors made in installation of the field and grading of the fields and so forth and so on that led to hundreds of thousands of dollars that were wasted. I want to know whether or not this was originally installed correctly. Was there a warranty on this roof? It's not that old.
It is not that old.
So was there an original warranty that is connected to this roof?
We consulted with our Engineering Public Works Department based on what we have, the information that we have, and that any warranties that had been given were expired.
We did reach out to Sturdy Steel, Matt Stevens, the gentleman that was overseeing the project. The subcontractor was also reached out. He found it very unusual as far as why the what's happening to the purlins. We did reach out to our own engineering department that did a visual check. They also had a structural engineer come out and inspect the area. But you are correct about some of the damage. So I wasn't part of the original, but we did some investigation and looked back and checked with BCIC, some of the history that happened. A lot of the things that were installed during the project, they actually went through some of the lines that currently we do not have connections to because all of the cameras were spliced during the project. So there was multiple things that were actually done during the original project. One of them being that they also hit a fiber optic line. Fortunately, we were able to coordinate that with a partner, and what it was that they were installing some fiber optic lines at the time, and they actually helped us out. That was with PUB, so we're
And-
able to do that. But you are correct on, it was 2011 when they started the
know.
actual.
What's the
build.
typical lifespan of a roof like this? There should be standards that you can find.
A typical lifespan could be a minimum of 20 years to 50, depending on that. Unfortunately, this is premature replacement of the roof. Unfortunately, the need is there that it needs to be replaced if we're.
I understand. I'm just wondering, I don't want the same, and I'm not implying that there would be, because your skill level is much higher than previously. But I would hate to invest this money to have it not last 20 years. Once it's repaired, will that lifespan revert to 20 years?
We'll double check. I believe so, yes, but we can confirm with the contractor that it will.
And is there any warranty connected after the repair?
It's just a manufacturer warranty from the sheets, whether they sell the panels, that would probably be just the only warranty that you get. I was talking to the architect and engineer about that. I was asking him because, yes, being it's going to be a replacement, that was going to be a question to see how long they were going to last. But it was just based on the manufacturer warranty on that. And I don't have those documents.
I'm going to vote to approve it because it needs to be repaired, but these are very important questions because I don't want a commission 6 years from now having to spend another $500,000 because it wasn't done correctly.
The original contractor just explained to us that, that the purlins that were there were actually a gauge C, which they explained, that they felt like that the rusting was very unusual. They wanted to kind of examine what actually was causing it because some of the structure around that doesn't have the same effect. It being galvanized, it shouldn't have happened. I'm not sure if there was a protective layer that should have gone as well. We've asked all these questions, and we did ask Matt Stevens, like I said, the subcontractor did not want to come and engage with us originally when we did speak to him. So our person that we were speaking to gave us as much information as they could, but we can continue in asking and finding out more. So I'm not sure if they're going to, as far as after the project was done, if they're going to reach out to us, especially after all the situations that happened during that project.
Well, if we're going to give them $500,000, I would think they should answer, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Flores, any questions we have.
Yeah, I'm talking about the original.
No, I know,
contract,
but I'm talking about
Yeah,
now.
definitely. I mean, that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we're there when they're actually having this new project done. And those are the questions we have to ask in front to make sure that we have everything secured and make sure that everything is consistent with what they're going to do. Make sure that we have longevity with the project and what's there. We don't want to revisit this again. So those are the things that we're trying to find out. We're trying to find out if the location, weather, et cetera, is something else is causing this. So those are the things that we want to know because we want to prevent anything from happening so we won't have this meeting again in a long, long, long time. So.
Thank you.
Is there anything, when we went over the manufacturer warranties and things like that, did we engage our legal team to look through that? Maybe there's something that we can do that way?
Not at this round, but we can double check and see with what we have.
It's very concerning to me that it didn't last that long, and it's very concerning to me that you're telling me that this is not normal behavior for a roof like that. I'm glad you caught it, because one of these pieces of metal could have hurt somebody and we could have been held liable. And so that makes me feel like it's not just the $500,000 repair, like this is more serious and needs to be looked at further.
Commissioner Tetra, one thing legal departments has been working on is improving communications with all of our departments so that we can catch these problems as they happen. And that in those cases, we can go after the bonding company, we can go after the contractor, or even the subs if that's what needs to happen. And I think we've actually, on 2 projects, have attempted that and are actively pursuing remedies for essentially bad projects. So we are committed to doing that. So I can't fix back problems, but going forward, we will continue to communicate with Damaris and her department.
Is there a way that you can start looking into this one?
As I don't think any construction's gone on, but as construction
The
goes. and
warranties?
As warranties, I think they have their standard manufacturing warranty. If the city commission wants to press for additional warranties, I don't know if the contractor would be acceptable to that, but
I think, are you referring to the old warranty?
Or just to look into it, this is weird behavior
On-
for the roof to
On
do
the
that.
current,
yeah, because this is a 2011 project, most manufacturer warranties might go 3-5 years. 10 years. But it's always the bare minimum.
I would suggest that with regard to anything new that we do, we ensure that there's a regular inspection and maintenance so that if problems are developing prior to the warranty expiring, we catch it before it becomes so drastic the pieces are falling, and that way we can make claims within the warranty period.
And so it is my pleasure to have Roy Reyes as part of our project coordinating team, because that is something that we found as a gap in our overall services from our department, and we have so many projects going on. So he will be dedicated to overseeing this project, as well with our wonderful sports park team. As small as they are very vigilant, and so we don't want a repeat of any prior history incidences. So we've got a great team with us.
Thank you.
I have one more question. You all only got 1 quote in? That was it?
This was the second bid, and so about in the April meeting, there had been another bid that procurement had assisted us with. There was an issue with, so I think that at that time that was 3 or 4, but we had to go back and reject the bids, and so when we rebid it, it only came back with 1.
And how long was this open?
This one was open a month, and then the one in December was open also about a month.
I'm just surprised people don't jump on this.
There's a lot of work out there. There's a lot, and a lot of maybe.
Commissioner, if I can provide maybe a why is we're seeing this a lot with our projects, especially on the contracting side, is that there is so much state federal funding available out there that companies are at capacity on their bonding capacity. And so they'd rather take the larger projects than a lot of smaller projects. And when I say smaller projects, a lot of these companies think.
I understand what you mean. It's a
5
big
million.
project, money-wise, but it's a small project in the scope of things.
Right, correct.
Somebody would rather build the whole thing
Correct.
than just change the roof.
Yeah, because then they're using a part of their bonding capacity to. On that.
Thank you.
a side comment. I've done a
Turn on
lot
your
of.
mic,
metal-
John.
Sorry. I just have a side comment. I've done a lot of metal roofing replacement in my job, in terms of our buildings, right? And I've seen a lot of subs and contractors try to cut corners and not, like between the metal panels, you have to put insulation tape and using the right screws. And a lot of, contractors think that they don't have to do those things. They can just charge me or charge for those items and not do it because no one's going to inspect it at the end of the day. So I think it's important when this job is done, it's fully inspected by a third party or by our team, that everything was done according to spec, right? So
Yeah, absolutely.
otherwise, you're not going to know until it starts rusting.
Yeah, because, a screw rusting can cause this problem, but
It'll
using
just
the
go-
wrong screws if they're not galvanized or in the
Exactly.
proper spec. So, yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
And I guess that's why I was asking about the legal team, because maybe not just the manufacturer warranty, but how you're telling me that it was supposed to be galvanized, but it's rusting. I mean, that's just very aggravating to know that that's not what we paid for. And
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to have to spend, every penny can go, we have to manage every single penny where this funding could go to something else or at least extend the lifespan. And I mean, unfortunately, this is the reality that we're having to deal with to replace it, but we want to make sure that it lasts as long as it can and longer if we can make it.
So it won't be available for 4th of July, right? Because it'll be worked on?
So we're still managing to use the turf. We're just not allowing the use in the grandstands. So as soon as we can go get the notice to proceed at the 120 days, we'll commence. But we need to plan with the sports park schedule so that for any rentals that we have there. But they still are using the turf. So the turf will be open, right? We're allowing people onto the turf, just not the grandstands.
Yes, I mean, even 2 weeks ago, we had a reggaeton concert, and we had to get a little creative, but we didn't utilize the stadium, but the visitor side and the actual turf was used for standing room only, and then the seating that carries up to 800 people, they can use as far as the visitor side. But we have been getting very creative we have had situations where people have come and requested the stadium, and obviously we can't have that rental happen. So, but we're doing the best we can with what we have and trying to move forward and taking advantage of the opportunities that we have with the turf. So the turf will be utilized for the 4th of July.
Hopefully you can do something a little bit extra to make up for the inconvenience.
Definitely.
We welcome all ideas, and then also at the next meeting, we'll have passes for all of you and information to attend. So be looking forward to that.
Awesome, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our next item is board appointments. Item 1, consideration and action on resolution number 2022-038 to appoint 2 new members to the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation Board of Directors to fill existing vacancies, City Manager's Office. And please note that we did receive an application this afternoon from Paul Sarafi, and it was added to the existing PowerPoint presentation you'll see.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the commission. We are here to request your assistance in appointing 2 new board members to replace our recent vacancies. Up on your screen, you can see the GBIC current board members. And on the next screen, you can see the prospect board applications received.
I would like to make a motion with my appointment to appoint Liliana Elizondo.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for Liliana Elizondo. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Paul Sarafi to the GBIC board.
Question?
Second.
Second? Oh,
Isn't this Nurit's appointment?
no.
No, it
Not
is.
necessarily.
I'm kidding. She's going to stay on.
Was she elected chair at the last meeting?
We won't have a chair.
Council advised, because the resolution that the commission passed was that 2 commissioners would roll off every 90 days, or 2 members would roll off every 90 days, and the final one would be the chairman. So if the chairman's stepping down now, that would not be consistent with the resolution passed by the commission.
I would have to pull it
Well, I
up.
guess he's got to stay.
But so, okay, I can look at the resolution, but in that sense, there just wouldn't be a chairperson. There would be I don't know what the term is for GBIC, but the
Board member?
vice chair, sorry, yes.
She's vice- she
Would
is the
just
vice chair.
resume duties.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
Like if in the case that the chair's not there, just the vice chair assumes duties. So in this case, I'm just thinking, without looking at the resolution, if Commissioner Collins is no longer the chair, they would have a vice chair and they could still conduct business.
No, that part I understand. My concern is the resolution passed by the city commission stated that it would be 2 board members rolling off every 90 days once the first 2 went off. And then after that, 90 days later would be the chairperson, would be the last one to come down off automatically. since that resolution triggers these things automatically. Even if John wanted to step down as chair right now, the resolution still requires Rose and Nurith would be the next two off, unless Nurith had been made chair before this meeting.
I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, any of us can step off a board whenever we want.
Yes, absolutely, but the resolution bound this commission as to who was coming off.
I'm not sure
we're-
it's that binding.
We're trying to pull the resolution. I don't know if you want to hold off on it or table it together.
I'm good with that.
I-
There was a motion.
I moved.
And
I seconded
if
it.
John has tendered his resignation, then that's a valid motion, and there is a second. But there would still be a question about Commissioner Galansky remaining on the GBIC board.
We can leave this, if you give me a second, we have it here. We
Sure.
can leave this open and come back to it if you want to proceed with other items.
I don't understand, Mr. Flores, why wouldn't the board just be allowed to elect a new chair?
They are.
Correct. From like the chair, vice chair, absolutely, of course. I think Commissioner De Los Santos has a question as to whether the resolution limits the people who can roll off to be limited to.
Not limits, but automatically, these two are off. But anybody else could jump off if they wanted to.
Right, okay.
I have a question, Victor. Is the resolution binding to the commission?
Yes. I mean, it's not an ordinance. It goes in priority of ordinance resolutions, minute orders, but all those are binding on the commission. Now, the commission could decide to amend that resolution if they wanted to. They would just have to bring it back. It hasn't been posted that way, so we would have to bring it back and amend that resolution to provide for it.
Okay, and if we don't follow the resolution, what are the impacts?
Well, just that they have enough to run business. It would just be that position, Commissioner Galansky's position just would be on a hold until then.
I just don't think it's fair that every single commissioner has like followed the resolution. And now at the end, we're changing the rules.
Well, I was the only one who voted against rolling off, like making it a requirement. And so I was very vocal about it at that meeting. I feel that I don't want to delegate that responsibility to someone. I was outnumbered in that vote, but I did vote against it. And I don't recall, though, did we preserve for one city commissioner to be on that board? At least one.
I believe we did.
Mayor Pro Tem, that wasn't the correct resolution. I would just ask that if I can brief it, just so I give you all the correct legal advice.
Oh, you turned it on.
Say that one more time, Counselor. I'm sorry. I know it was the incorrect resolution. I didn't catch the second part of your statement.
If you would just give me some time to kind of.
Sure, and we can come back to this item. Although since Commissioner Cowan has resigned from the GBIC board, then there is a vacancy that he can fill, and he has nominated Paul Sarafi.
That's correct.
And that has been seconded by Rose Gowan. We can move forward with that, but then the question would just be about Commissioner Galansky, but that doesn't need to hold up Commissioner Cowan's motion.
Well, he almost has it. Well, do you want?
Do we,
John, do you want to preserve then your?
I would actually
wanna go
wait
forward.
till I can
Okay.
give some good legal advice.
Do you want to continue to roll off, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see any problem with it, but
City Secretary, let's move to the next item, and we'll come back to this one.
Our next item
do we
is
not have to take it off?
consideration and action on resolution number 2022-021 to appoint a member to the Brownsville Public Library System Advisory Board, Library Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commission. I'm Brenda Trevino, Head Library Branch Manager. Our library board does have one vacant position that does need to be filled. These are our current members, and we do have applicants, so your recommendation would be appreciated.
Can you go back, please?
Sure.
I had somebody on there, I guess they never went.
That is correct, sir, yes.
Okay, I'd like to table this if, because I want to speak to that person, see if they're still interested.
Okay.
Second, are you making a motion?
Yes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 3, consideration and action on resolution number 2022-022 to appoint 2 members to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Multimodal Transportation Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commission. We are here requesting, we had 2 vacancies for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and we're requesting an appointment or nominations. These are the current members, and we had 2 members highlighted are the members that resigned. Here are the applicants.
And I believe when I looked at the packet, it seemed like these appointments would belong to the mayor, Commissioner Tetru, or myself. And since there's 2, I'm happy to defer to the mayor and Commissioner Tetru, unless someone interprets it differently.
I'll move to appoint Stephanie Saxton.
Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And Mayor, do you have an appointment?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll nominate Sergio Martinez.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for Sergio Martinez. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Item 4, consideration and action on resolution number 2022-037 to appoint 1 member to the Special Needs Advisory Board for a full 3-year term, Parks and Recreation Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commission. We have to replace 1 member to the Special Needs Advisory Board. The last member resigned her position, and so we have 1 vacancy available.
I believe there's a name that did apply that's not on the
Oh,
list.
sorry.
Norma Alvarez.
These were all the ones that we had apply. I don't know if there's.
Her name was added to the list today. She's showing on the screen now.
Okay.
Then it's my appointment.
Correct.
So I make a motion to appoint Norma Alvarez.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to appoint Norma Alvarez to the Special Needs Advisory Board. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can proceed to executive session, and we can still come back afterwards to revisit that GBIC appointment.
All right, our next item is executive session, and I'll read the items. Item 1, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Section 551.072, real property, related to the potential exchange, lease, valuation, sale, or purchase of real property, approximately 1.91 acres, generally located along east-south Rio Grande River, north of Power Plant Drive, Brownsville, Texas. Item 2, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and Section 551.072, related to the potential exchange, lease, valuation, sale, or purchase of real property, approximately 0.27 acres, generally located along the South Military Highway west of Weber Road, Los Indios, Texas. Item 3, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters related to the evaluation and determination of duties and assignment of the city manager position, as allowed under the city's existing city manager agreement and city charter. Item 4, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, related to the collective bargaining labor agreements between the city and the duly recognized bargaining agents for the city's law enforcement, police, and fire personnel.
Motion to proceed to executive session.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
It is now 7:41 PM, and the City Commission of the City of Brownsville will now go into executive session. Okay, Commissioner, it's 9:29 PM and we're back in open session. What do you want to?
The first thing we'll go back to is the GBIC appointment. There was a motion by Commissioner Cowan, and I believe he wants to take action on that.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
And I'd like to motion to table it.
There is a motion and your mic is off, Rose. There is a motion and a second to table the GBIC item. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
Are we going to wait for?
Okay, our next item is possible action on any items discussed in executive session. The first item was consideration and action, if any, regarding the granting of an easement to the state of Texas, acting by and through the Texas Facilities Commission, a state agency, for approximately 1.91 acres generally located along east-south the Rio Grande River, north of Power Plant Drive, Brownsville, Texas, City Attorney and Internal Services.
It's my opinion, there's no action required for this item.
Okay, and the next item is consideration and action, if any, regarding the granting of an easement to the state of Texas, acting by and through the Texas Facilities Commission, a state agency, for approximately 0.27 acres generally located along South Military Highway, west of Weber Road, Los Indios, Texas, City Attorney and Internal Services.
No action recommended for this item this time.
Okay, and then the third item is consideration and action, if any, regarding the city manager's agreement, appointment of an interim city manager and/or approval of an executive search firm to assist the city commission in selecting a city manager.
I will entertain a motion to acknowledge first the 60-day resignation tendered by City Manager Noel Butnow.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Next, I will entertain a motion to appoint or name an interim city manager.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to appoint Helen Ramirez as interim city manager. Any discussion?
I can't hear the microphone for whoever made the motion. I don't know if it was Dr. Gowan, but I can't.
Oh, Rose's mic is off again.
Okay.
I would motion, do you want me to repeat it?
No. I know you made the motion. And
Okay.
I just wanted to point out. that the mic
Thank
wasn't-
you.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. I'm abstaining on the item. And next, I will entertain a motion to engage Mosaic as the executive search firm to conduct a search for a new city manager.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. There's no
Motion
other
to
business. There is a motion
Second.
to adjourn, and there is a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned.
Have a good night, y'all.
It is now 9:32 PM. There being no further business to come before the city commission, upon duly made motion, the meeting has adjourned.